What's up, guys? But with the face and everything. Yeah, yeah, I'm here. Looks like we're opening flat AF. How was EU inflation this morning? We got 30 minutes till most of the US data drops. 2% as expected. Core fell a little. Month over month was a bit lower than expected. 30-year mortgage rate rose. Fell for Jan. Oh, okay, that's an old print. Purchase index is falling. Ooh, sharply. How did ADP do? Hot-ish? Well, below expected, but warm. I wonder if bulls are gonna try to push up before the data. All right. Is this fucking not working again? That's annoying. Hold on. Get a bug fix on NPR yet? We did. Okay. Sort of. Bit under 69.45. There should be some support at 40. Okay, that caught up. Alright, weird. Alright, so maybe the bug fix is in place. Cool. Yeah, that was a little fucky. Nice. I'm so confused about what? Wait, did Dork say Greenland? I thought JFresh did. You know what's serious? Because Gherk is up for the data. It's true. All right, let's see. Bot put's coming in at 69.50, 30. A little strip of calls out to 69.60 from 50. A little bit of support at 40. See if bulls try to push up over 50 and get a new all-time high before the data. Would make some sense. There's NQ looking. NQ's rocketing, so. After opening just under VWAP, it's pushed up about 50 points. Hmm. Get a new all-time high on open. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Seems like bulls would push for being above 50 at open. Or before the data. Better to have the major support as stability. see. Oh. Alright, Discord's up. On the technical side of things, we still have room. Still have room to the upside out to like 63, 64 before we retest the trend. Did we leave an opening gap yesterday? 6902. 6904 is like a $2 gap from yesterday, down at 6,900. All right, Jolts and ISM 21 minutes. Silver dipping. Yeah, silver and gold were falling a bit yesterday. Well, overnight. Silver falling a bit harder. Forward yield on volatility picking up, though. So we're still seeing vol rise with the push up in price. Is it Doric that voted for Greenland? I thought it was JFresh. What did JFresh vote for? Cuba? Oh, okay. That makes sense. You guys think if we invade Mexico, we'd deport all the Mexicans for not being U.S. citizens? What are your GS Gamma and Delta charts? Always look wildly different than when I look. I don't know. What do you mean? Like when you're looking at GS and mine are different than yours? These are 15-minute bucket on live data. These aren't, those are overnight charts. If Joel's ISM high, signs of a robust economy, market up, higher inflation. Joel's ISM down, time for rate cut, market up. Depends on how far down. Yeah, those charts update again before open. The Pickles Picks Greeks by Strike charts update again at like 6 a.m. So you're looking at, usually you're looking at the next, if you're waking up in the morning and looking at the charts, you're looking at the next update after Pickles Picks. Although the OI update rarely changes my ability to assess the next day's price action. Yeah, I read that. That was yesterday. Today we're chasing down Russian tankers for violating sanctions. When's the best time to check to get the same OI data as Pickles picks? Oh, after market close, like 7 p.m. Eastern time in the US, 7 8 p.m. From then until like well that from then for the next 12 hours, and then it updates again in the morning. Would it beat bartending? I'm pretty sure being stationed in Greenland does not beat bartending. Not even like even the pay is worse. Yeah, we still got a little room to go up too. Although I think for ES, this is maybe we just got a new all-time high. Yeah, we did. We didn't yesterday though. Fairly close to giving 7,000 a little tap. So far, the trend's holding up pretty well. It's a lot of calls. Most of those are sold. 69.70 out to the upsides, pretty much sold. 60, 69, 60, 65 bought, 55 bought, and the money calls at 50 and 40. But the at the money puts that were bought it open look to be squeezed out at this point. What's our upside range for the day? 85.90. That seems tough. I guess I'll see what the data does. 12 minutes. $57 billion in European bond sales today. Is the Russian oil tanker called Marinara? Marinara. Still pretty awful. What a terrible name. Oh, goody. Trump's meeting with U.S. oil company executives on Friday. Google, NVIDIA, Amazon, Lilly up. Lilly's running like crazy right now. Zom and Chevron still down. VIX back under 15. IV skewed a bit to the downside here. Slipping back under 50. That's if the call position collapsed, we could slide to 30. Yeah. 30 would be interesting today. Yeah, I know the tanker was seized. I can hardly wait to complain about 7K becoming support. Pretty far from that right now. Delta and Gamma start falling off on live GSX. Room to move up. Yeah, sure. And we do. We have a bunch of delta to the upside, and then there's some resistance at 50 and 60, but out above that, we could break out to like 69.85. Kind of where Gamma flattens out a little. So far, a little profit taking on the 60 test. Vol turning up with the downside move. 50 IV. And 50, 45, and 40 IV is still fairly elevated. So bears are selling the upside calls pretty heavily, but mostly at like 70 out to like 95. And there's some bot calls still at 65. Bot calls on the other side of spot, 50 and 55. Some bot puts at 50, which are growing slightly. Things are a little bit more bearish under 50. Happy New Year, little pickle. Dow's drilling for oil. Oh, interesting. So breadth caught up yesterday and now it's slipping. Leverage is down on the day. So for spread's still blown out. And vol correlation still picking up. VIX is up right now on the day, 2%. We got 6 minutes till the data comes out. I think bulls will probably try to hold 50 until the data's released. Then they might give up. Correlation starting to turn around a bit. Commodities are having a rough day. Precious metals are having quite a rough day. Dollar finally down a little. Looks like some rotation into bonds. 10, 20, 30 are down pretty hard yields. Hmm. The video is rocketing. Should look at the daily. The video doesn't look great. We're live in the morning. Yeah. I sold my silver bar yesterday. It was a weird experience. Do you take it to like a pawn shop? Farmville took his date to Waffle House, the bookstore, and read options as a strategic investment. You should be proud, Dad. I'm glad that I'm doing my part in preventing Farmville from having any children. No offense, Farmville. Hmm. Still 2 minutes till the data. Yeah, so far more sold calls than puts. Vol's turning up, so put sellers are not in a great spot here. But if the data is kind of nothing, you'll probably see a lot more put selling. Or at least comes in as expected. Ding. Let's see what we got. ISM services at 54.4. Jolts down. ISM prices 64.3. So down a little bit. All right. So slightly hotter economy. Labor's still strong. I wonder if that's going to keep pushing, if that's going to push up on the 10-year yields. No job quits yet. Still waiting for that. A little bit of support at 40 to the downside. Bunch of put buying. Looks like a 69.20.10 spread opened for about 2,600 contracts. Bull put. Sell the 20, buy the 10. Gamma's pretty thin to the downside of 45. So if this continues to slip, we're probably going to fall. Some support from yesterday around 42. Failing the local trend here on ES. VIX back above 15. My new strategy of buying puts anytime Danimal says something bullish is paying off big. Do you have a look at EOG, oil E&P, 50 billion mega cap, fairly low debt, has dividend, decent financials. Most of them do have decent financials and a dividend. But yeah, I'll take a look. Hmm. Dividend looks stable. Net margins are really strong. I wonder why it's so cheap. Probably just over affected by oil prices. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Why them? Job quits came in up. 3.161. Ooh. That's a big jump. Not just up from prior, up from like it's 3.16 thousand, but what? How's that measured? That's million? What the fuck? Why do they have it on their chart as thousand? Oh, because they're doing it like 3161. Strange. But they have a decimal in it. Have you seen this shit? What the fuck is this? Look at this chart. They put a decimal in, but they're measuring it as like 3161,000. Anyway, yeah, job cuts up a lot. Retest 50 here. Hmm. We shake off the in the money calls. Yes, we did. Some bot calls at 50 right now. Some call buying out to the upside of 50, but the 45 calls sold off. Some sold puts at 40 and 30, but not very many. Big pile of sold puts down at 69.20. Still bot puts at spot and in the money at 50 and 60. Yeah, failed bounce on the retest at 50. Push for intraday low here. So put buying's flattening out a bit, but call selling's picking up. Call premiums are a bit elevated right now. See if we see the bears start selling the 55-60 calls. Hmm. I feel like NQ got kind of a decent bounce off of VWAP, but it looks weak too. Yes, retesting. It's down. It's the uptrend again. Push down to 30. Vol still picking up to the downside. We'll get kind of a big breakout in vol under 45. Getting very close to the next leg down here. Careful. This is an important test for ES. Just a little bit below yesterday's close. If we fail here, opens a retest at 69.75 or back down like 69.63. There goes 42. The range isn't that tight. Also, if NQ fails back to VWAP, this whole thing's gonna dump. Which is fun. There goes 40. Mixed. Job quits were up. Quite a lot. Jolts missed to the downside a little, but ADP was, well, ADP also missed to the downside a little this morning, but factory orders were way down. ISM prices slipped a little, but new orders picked up and employment picked up. Seems like the 2 and 5 snapback. Yes, it's failing its trend right now. Possibly a little bit of support at 75. Take back everything from Monday and Tuesday. That's ambitious. You sick again, or just only sleeping like 2 hours? Ugh, neither one. My family's been here for the holidays, which has been wrecking me. But I'm not sick. If anything, I've been sleeping too much. What's up, dude? Curious how everyone's take on KView at this point. Anyone's slowly building out long-term positions. I've been buying a little bit. Today seems like a kind of advantageous day. I think the conversion's at like 1760 and KV's at what 1650. So there's almost like a $1 spread between KView and Kimberly Clark. Which isn't too bad. But they're definitely getting hit with the like shittier consumer spending reports over the last couple of weeks. Getting bot puts at 35, decent little pile of them. The 40 and 45 calls are getting sold off. So still got some downward pressure on call premiums. If we slip into the 35 puts, put premiums will spike, and it could squeeze out the short puts at 30 and 25. I don't know if we'd squeeze out the short puts at 20. There's quite a lot of them. 20 is the big put wall. Go check Novo. Like Novo Nordisk. Isn't their ticker like NVO or some shit? Oh, the Wegovy pill just got approved. Interesting. That seems bullish for them. Does GS show these put walls? Yeah, you can see them. You might have to go to a higher time frame, but you can see the sold puts down here at 20. You can see them a little bit on Gamma. At the lower time frames, it's a little bit more smoothed out because most of those sold puts came in earlier. But if you got to like the 1 hour, they're a lot more obvious. It retested the trend. Almost. Yeah, we did. Mm. Bot calls coming in 45, 50, 55. Still bot puts to the downside though. 35, 30, 20, 15. Some in the money bot puts coming in here on the upside test. Bears just buying up the cheap puts right now. Coin dumping? BTC's down pretty hard today. Failure here opens up new low. Maybe we push out to 30 or 20. Still a little bit of padding, which I'm worried about. Out of the money IVs are pushing up pretty hard though. 10, 5, 6,900. It's definitely still a little bit of a downside skew. It's less extreme than before though. Bot puts 40, 45, 30. So we just bought a big fat chunk of 70-30 calls. Weird. Maybe bought to close. Hmm. Not seeing a lot of call buying. 60 and 50 calls are still getting sold off. Someone just took some profit on some 45s. Downside's a little less slippery, but less Less well supported at 40. Did we test VWAP on that high here? Let's see if the rejection continues. Yep. A little bit. Basically exclusively lose money on pets. Get better. Sounds like a weird bias. Could be how you manage positions. Ooh, straddles are a bit overpriced today. I don't know if I would have done that. We've already realized like a lot of the downside range I expected for today, which isn't a great look. Still getting some put selling. Quite a bit of it right here. Interesting. Left a little gap to the downside. Minch to Ho Ho, thank you so much for becoming a Pigeon Well, man. It should just upgrade automatically from Billionaire. Appreciate it, dude. Mm. Let's see. 25.9 test on NQ, which is high for the day. Interesting. Bot puts coming in again at spot. It seems a bit premature. I don't know, maybe we see if we pull back towards like 42 on some profit taking here, and then bulls push up from there. The event vol's falling off the contract, so there's probably plenty of positive premium to short on the 0 DT. Holy motherfuck. Okay. A little lower than 42. Yeah, that's gotta be news, right? Although I don't see anything. That was a lot more profit taking all at once than I thought we were gonna get. Careful of that bounce. It's a shakeout. Vol's picking up on the 50 contract. That was fun. I'm glad my fucking order filled. I don't think there was any news, actually. I think we just shook out below trend and then snap back. So put sellers looking to sell puts lower. Sold off a big block of calls. Let's see the spike in put premiums right here. And then snaps back as they start buying calls on the dip. Now we see if they start selling puts here and try to push up off of that. Puts bought at 40, 35, 25, 20. Sold puts at 30. Interesting. Put premiums are starting to push down a little. Sort of call premiums though. Profit taking on both. Is there any actual news? Ooh, we do have a new one. China tells tech companies, ooh, this is bad. China tells tech companies to halt NVIDIA H200 chip orders. The information NVIDIA Chinese government this week asked some technology companies to temporarily pause plans to buy NVIDIA H200 AI chips. According to two people familiar with the matter, creating a potential obstacle to NVIDIA's efforts to resume chip sales to one of its largest markets. The request came about a month after Trump said he would allow NVIDIA to sell H200 chips to China, making the most significant rollback of export restrictions imposed during the Biden administration. At the time, Beijing's response was unclear, as authorities had been encouraging domestic companies to purchase locally produced chips to support China's semiconductor industry. Chinese officials have now instructed companies to suspend purchase orders while the government decides whether and under what conditions it will permit access to the high performance NVIDIA chips. The people said one of the sources added that Beijing wants to prevent local technology firms from stockpiling chips before the review process is complete. Here we go. Escalating trade war. Jensen's probably so mad that we invaded Venezuela right now. I don't know. There's a lot of sold calls above like 55, so we're getting quite a lot of put buying here. I'd be careful. I don't think people are too happy about the Nvidia news. I don't know how much it matters, but got a little gap up. I think the dynamics support the bulls, but I don't know. There's a lot of put buying after that news. So I guess we'll see if the bulls can squeeze the bears out. If they can't, then this is gonna dump. Left behind a little gap at 45. Bot puts 45, 40, 35, 25. Maybe trying to shake, like, rescue the 50 calls on this push up. So careful of a test there. We left a gap behind us. Why would GME run off the Art Ryan Cohen pay package? I don't even know what the fuck. What pay package? Why the fuck would that matter? He doesn't even get paid now. So he put a reward in place for himself? Are you kidding me? It's like, oh, if I'm a good boy, I'll get $10 billion. What the fuck? Delusional son of a bitch. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Cohen read that Elon's stock rose with his ridiculous pay package and wide. I want that too. That's what it sounds like. Alright, 50 calls are in the money here. Premiums are falling. Picked up more bot puts at 45.40. $45 strikes basically synthetic short now. Out of the money bot puts at 25, 68.95, 68.90. Still a big pile of sold puts at 20 though. Still have a gap back at 45. Is that the same high? Yeah, almost. I'd say maybe it's the first sort of guidance. No, it's not even guidance. It's just bullshit. They have no trajectory for growth that's even close to moving the company towards $100 billion market cap. You can't just come out and be like, we're $100 billion company and deal with it. I mean, I guess you could. I wonder how his unpaid board feels about that. Probably about the same as he feels being unpaid, I guess. It doesn't sound like anyone's getting paid out of this deal. I'm $100 billion company. Deal with it. Well, how's that going? You're our litmus test. Okay. Imagine if you could just scream that into the void and all of a sudden money appeared. What's up, man? Happy New Year. How the fuck is Nvidia still up 1.5% today? Imagine saying I'm gonna give myself $1 million at some point, and the bank hands you a loan for 10 million, using that statement as collateral. I would like that. Yeah, it really didn't. Okay, the puts are getting shaken off of us trading flat. No, not really. Oh. Ooh, there's some profit taking on the call side. Some of those 50 supports getting pulled out. There's still quite a big pile of puts to the downside. Out to 35. Wonder how bad slipping back under 50 would shake out the bot calls here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm somewhat supportive. Falls off really fast under 50, though. But Delta gets squeezed out if the Delta on that contract falls back below 50, though. It's okay. Even how are they pumping? They had a big pile of bot calls at 50, so they got those back in the money here. When? Friday or Monday? think the Supreme Court banning tariffs would be, or making them illegal would be pretty bearish. How about a put too? Well, two of them. At the 69.55. I'm up 9%. Woo! Oh, Levitt speaking. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Oh. Let's see if we get back under 50. Still got a lot of call selling, 60 and up. Still a bit of a synthetic short at 45. Squeezable sold puts between 40 and 30. And then you start to run into bigger support. Fucking nailed the top. Yeah, we probably get pinned. I mean, 30 to 50, technically. But yeah, the lower range. Bulls might try to lever up and squeeze out the bears, but I mean, seems hard right now. Let's go fill that downside gap. Yeah, there's a nice little gap down at 45. And then if I'm right, this is just a push to grab the 50 calls. Then as that positioning erodes, this should fail. I'd love to see 25 today. That'd be fucking awesome. It's at 55 or trimming back. Still profit taking 45.50. Some out of the money bot calls like 60, 70. So short calls pulling back. Hash Ketchum, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
No in between, one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain.
Shanty? Yeah, shanties. What a weird pump. Thank you, Kiko. Yar. Can more people be a member for unlimited? Wait, did they just get a second podium up on the stage? What the fuck? Oh no. Okay, that's a TV. Never mind. Welcome back, man. Founded 79 years ago, one week. Oh Jesus Christ. Numerology, Mike. Would you fucking cool your heels? The column in SPX is too steady and eerie. What do you mean? It hasn't been very calm at all today. We've got like 30 minutes of flat price action, but that's just because they pumped it up above the 50 bot calls on the bad news for NVIDIA. And we've just been sitting here because they had a giant pile of calls at 50. But they're closing them. So, I mean, the stability is not going to last forever. Oh, there we go. See? Right on time. As per the schedule. And I top tick this shit, which is awesome. Turns out you actually can scream it into reality, apparently. Yeah. I bum ticked. I've only made 20%.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Yes, come on up, everyone. Lovely officials with me today. All right. Dr. Carson, come on up. Thank you so much. Good morning and Happy New Year, everybody. It's great to see you.
Some of us are at 5%. Okay, well, you know.
All very busy over the holiday break.
I posted the fucking trade. I don't know what you want.
Both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news.
Oh, is she not loud enough?
I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the President's Cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the President's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year. In less than a year in office,
very
the
quiet.
president and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front. Here are just a few of the significant MAHA achievements thus far. More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment.
It's like MAGA for
established under
health.
President
Yeah, it's how
Trump's
they got
One
the
Big
hippies
Beautiful
to
Bill.
be
The Trump
conservatives.
administration has also worked with 18 states across the country
Thanks,
to
Seth.
ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of
Ooh, I
these
wanna fill
incredible
that
deals the
downside
president
gap.
cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard
do
to
it.
lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers
science?
parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much needed confidence in our public health system. And as a MAHA mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 Dietary Guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets and the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA. And these new guidelines are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy, made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will
He
release
did.
the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day, meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working, and I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48%
We filled the
of
gap.
every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to
almost.
healthcare. The
Filled the gap.
CDC reports that 90% of healthcare spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United States has the highest obesity and type 2 diabetes rate in the developed world. We spend 3 times more per capita than the European Union on healthcare, yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military-aged Americans are ineligible
the
for
upside
military
gap.
service
But the downside
because
gap's still
of
open.
diet-related conditions. If a foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security, there would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. about 50% of
We have to all
Medicare's
start eating fish.
projected long-term deficit, or $5,000 per family annually. Current policy worsens the problem. 42 million Americans rely on SNAP, where common purchases include sugary drinks, candy, and chips. 78% of SNAP recipients are enrolled in Medicaid, and 90% of Medicaid spending goes to chronic disease. These incentives raise healthcare costs and undermine health. This must change. A new framework centers on protein and healthy fats, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. And you can see the food pyramid here. It's upside down, a lot of you will say. But it was actually upside down before, and we just righted it. For the first time, the dietary guidelines directly address ultra-processed foods and set firm sugar
The
limits.
food
in federal
pyramid's just the
procurement,
fucking Atkins diet
driving
now.
a significant reduction in added sugar in school meals. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food dollars support real food and better health. Thank you. And I want to introduce my partner and friend, Brooke Rollins, who is an extraordinary collaborator on this.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. What a
Is it just more
honor to be
saving of
here.
the
I think this is
50C?
Caroline's first
Well, we
press,
filled the upside
press
gap
conference
that we
back,
left on the drop,
and what a
but
great
the
way to
downside
start
gap's still
the
open
new
a
year,
bit.
2026.
So
I want to thank
possibly,
Secretary
if we get a
Kennedy.
lower high,
Your commitment
we don't get
to
back
the
up to, like,
well-being
52,
of
then
Americans
we might
is
see the
such a
rest of the
blessing to
50
this
calls
nation.
collapse.
We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since
I don't-
almost day one.
I don't see a lot of
Bobby
50
and I
buying
were
on the
voted
50
on
call.
the same day and sworn in on the same day. So
There's not
I
many of
think
them left,
the
only like
partnership from minute
700 or
one
so,
has
down
been
from, like,
real
2,800.
and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, America is in the middle
Turn
of
me
the
up.
worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million children in the United States have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating people with chronic disease. Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is really important to keep underscoring that fact. This crisis is unacceptable. It prevents Americans from living healthy and happy lives. And for decades under both Republicans and Democrats, federal incentives have promoted low quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial: eat real food. This is the main message of the new Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dried. We are finally putting real food back at the center of the
fuck is a
American
dried
diet.
vegetable?
Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and healthy food supply already available from America's incredible farmers and ranchers. By making milk, raising cattle,
Corn
and
jerky.
growing wholesome fruits, vegetables, and grains, they hold the key to solving our national health crisis. And President Trump is mobilizing government to ensure families across America
Veggie
have greater
straws.
access to these healthy foods. In the past 12 months, inflation has slowed and wages have risen for the first time in 5 years. Under President Trump's leadership, prices for everyday staples are declining, and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is within reach for all American families. These new dietary guidelines are a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the needs, the preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example, a meal including such items as pork, or eggs, or whole milk, or cheese, tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla can cost today right around $3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit, by the way, that's almost 250,000 retailers across America, that very soon we will be finalizing that rule that will mandate all 250,000 retailers in America double the type of staple foods that they provide for America's SNAP households. This means healthier options will be in reach for all American families, regardless of circumstance, at levels never seen before in our country. These dietary guidelines are foundational to so many USDA programs, and their introduction marks the first step in connecting America's schools and dinner plates to the best of American agriculture. Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring common sense, we are restoring scientific integrity, and we are restoring accountability to federal food and health policy. The new guidelines are all about putting the well-being of Americans first, exactly where it should have been all along. This is the foundation that will make America healthy again, not just for those of us alive today, but for our children and our children's children and those coming behind. I want to end by saying God bless American families, God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible work, and that is Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you.
Congratulations to Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and do want to express my appreciation for what the President has done overall to increase the affordability of health care. The biggest accomplishment perhaps for the health system abilities to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Caroline mentioned. These are incredibly effective at reducing the cost, for example, of what the President calls the fat shot, the Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy the expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions as varied as mental health issues, from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of movements like this. Right now, we're increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be healthier, because you can't be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is 30 billion. Why? 30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses, which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare, If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments and trials, just that alone is $30 billion of reduction of expenses for Medicare rather. That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity, because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP, and we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy have crafted with the teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high-functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA, who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot. Refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic. We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein. They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation that we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a flawed 1960s model. Today, we are setting the record straight. This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it. And so, as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs they don't need. We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today. And so, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a part of this. We are grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy. We're so excited for you. Matt had moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of progress that we're making as an administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states, whether it be, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration, they continue to stop your guys' progress. So what has been the response from these blue states? Because as Manhattan moms enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate what you guys are doing, but we want to have it, you know, even in the blue states as well.
I mean, my hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
Duck is also high in protein.
That's an interesting.
Duck is a good thing to eat, everybody.
We only released the new vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it.
Call driven.
Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same with core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those nations all have much better health outcomes than we do. And they're based on their best science and also
have different
on
diseases
their
than we do.
conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake. And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know that we are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. And again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles the European countries. The second is for people who have vulnerabilities, for high risk, and that doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue to get. So people will make their own choices, and that's what democracy is about.
I asked the boss, Caroline, for permission to add a little bit to this because I think it's really important. And by the way, Jamie, what a superstar you are. It's so fun to see you in this seat, Jamie Franklin. The blue state question is a really important one. And for those of us that are running agencies with these programs, I mean, I've talked to a lot of you already about how we have 22 blue states that won't give us their SNAP data so that we can figure out and ensure that those who really need these programs are actually getting these programs. Clearly, you all have been writing about Minnesota. California is next. We're looking at New York, some other states. The amount of fraud in all of these programs is absolutely stunning. And the challenge is, I mean, from Medicaid, et cetera, I know, Dr. Oz, you've talked a lot about that. This is a significant problem. And I think who's really harmed in all of this conversation and when these blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right is we say blue states and red states, but in those states, there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that just came out that had about 85% of all Americans believe that states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how to do this better. Let us make sure that whether it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid program or the child care program, that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
Jeff.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the changes that was made had to do with alcohol. Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the science behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol, but it does allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example, around the world where people live the longest, alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, it's small amounts, taken very judiciously, and usually in a celebratory fashion. So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. Right, this should be something done in a small amount with hopefully some kind of an event that might have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men, 1 glass of women, there was never really good data to support that quantity of alcohol consumption. That data was probably primarily confused with broader data about social connectiveness.
Take a couple more. John?
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Secretary Rollins, I'm curious about with these guidelines. They're not mandates, they're guidelines. What are the practical effects of these guidelines on public schools all across the country?
Well, today begins thank you, John. It's good to see you. Today begins the first day now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's that veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do. Nothing changes overnight, but as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and so you'll begin to see some real changes coming very soon. As everyone is aware, for many of our most vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards and reworking SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change too. But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned, Secretary Rollins, cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back, unfortunately, that yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts of America where they have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a economically challenged family, and the only place they're getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer term important policy priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower margin communities. But for now, requiring those retailers, those 250,000 retailers across America, to double their stocking of healthier foods. That will allow us to immediately get these better foods into all communities, but especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, John.
Let me just add something to that. Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for healthy foods for every American. And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach of every American family. We are working on a education and information program that will allow American families all over the country to come onto our website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this. The idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And if you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny fraction of the long-term cost of eating bad food.
So we'll take one more in the white blazer. Thank you.
Caroline. Secretary Kennedy, you mentioned healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated fats. Can you clarify how much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about
Don't put down.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ansel Keys said it was the saturated fat. That's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push low-fat milk to kids. And we are maintaining the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein. The fact that 60 to 70% of the calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food. These are the issues that have become giant blind
they can't
spots where
afford
we're now putting
protein.
attention. And we hope that there are conversations in every school board in America, in every church and synagogue and house of worship, every home in America will now have conversations. We've got to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic. Food can be curative. We've got to talk about the microbiome and fiber and healthy whole grains and the good soil that food comes from and the healthy clean waters and good farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Great. Some of you may be wondering why Dr. Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in this effort. So I want to thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for being here today. And thank all of you for being here today. I know you're all very busy people, and these people have a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there. Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from the
there's
oil
a-
industry and the banking industry.
That's
Do you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
real quick on
Go
Iran.
ahead. Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option, as you saw. He tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
With that meeting tomorrow, what is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Caroline, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked, and this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order, and the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You
I'd
too.
like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know, there's some 8 million Venezuelans here, some of them celebrating in the streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America, including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that, that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
If I could just ask, there have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And
yeah,
so
there's
that's
less
why his team is currently
today.
talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
Volatility's
I know
still
that
up a little
past
on the day,
presidents
though.
and past leaders have often ruled things
So it might
out.
be that
They've
they're
often,
like trying to
been
stabilize
very,
here and then
open
sell a
about
bunch
ruling
of
things
puts.
in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interest of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief.
Was it really called
the president keeps his options open,
Midnight
but
Hammer?
diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's
How can the
ownership
statistical
of the
average of
kingdom?
tick size be so small?
Because there
in
have been
our
some
government?
Republican senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets, yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically
Really, 60,
suppressing
this
public
crumbles to 50,
expression
right?
of support
Yeah.
for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the
I'm Q's
President's
almost
national
at
security
fucking
team speak further on
26,000
that.
right
I know
now,
they are
though, which
well
is
aware and tracking.
wild.
Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you referenced personnel but potentially facing prosecution? That's one thing I'd like to
Yes.
follow on. And then
On the Bella.
On the yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political dissidents and prisoners and return detained Americans?
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella 1. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president has said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well.
Denmark has said that it's not.
And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela, and then I'd love to ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add, how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota. Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment on it from up here, to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the #2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk about the fraud and to do a roundtable on this very topic. And I would just like to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas, executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration to get to the bottom of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state across this country where fraud has taken place, and we are protecting law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow up on Greenland, there are treaties already on the books that give the United States access to the island. They can construct and maintain military bases there. We can house personnel on the island. The U.S. has control of landings, takeoffs, anchorages, etc. So I'm curious if you could just spell out for the American public, what specifically would the U.S. gain by taking control of Greenland that the U.S. doesn't already have access to right now?
More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the President and his national security team are currently talking about. Jeff, I'll give you another one.
A broad sort of stand-back question on foreign policy. Are you concerned about increasing tensions with Russia because of the tanker seizures? And how does the U.S. action in Venezuela impact the ongoing relationship with China and the president's relationship with President Xi?
I think the president has very open, honest, and good relationships with both President Putin of Russia and also President Xi of China. He has spoken with them numerous times, as you know, since coming to office about a year ago, and I believe that those personal relationships are going to continue. But as for the president and the United States, he's going to enforce our policy that's best for the United States of America. And with respect to these ships seizures, that means enforcing the embargo against all dark fleet vessels that are illegally transporting oil and only legitimate commerce, to answer your question much earlier, Rachel, determined by the United States is going to be permitted. And that's the policy of this administration, and he's not afraid to implement it.
One more stand-back. Just one more stand-back. I just going to ask the last one. I remember asking the president at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO even if they are not there for us, and I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the president commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States will come to it?
Again, the president addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank
Two
you.
questions, if
You
I may.
too.
One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care. Republicans have amazing ideas. The president himself, as we spoke about earlier, has launched this Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with Big Pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. Presidents talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too, and I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to healthcare, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
Mexico, Caroline.
Haley.
President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to
Thanks,
ask
you
you
too.
about the seized tanker, the Vela. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order, and that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be running an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more, sure.
Thank you. Caroline, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boylan died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for an investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering January 6th quite a bit because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Hmm. Alright. Well, that was weird. Why did we go up? It's kind of confusing. I mean, they bought calls. But why? Why calls bought? Like, what about the press conference was call worthy? Was MPTA bullish? Stabilize 60, sell puts, pump. Yeah. Yeah, they've sold more puts. Definitely more at 50. They still have quite a lot of bot calls at 65, so it's unlikely price stays down in any meaningful way. Huh. Doing some feudies? A bit, yeah. I made suggestions to a guy from another library, suggesting we all advocate for the same thing. He literally cut and pasted my words into an email and said they were his ideas. Oh shit. Rumble's gonna make it impossible to get above 65. Well, they bought a bunch of calls at 65, and there's still a bunch of them sitting on the chain. So, unless there's a road in some way, we'll probably just keep getting pinned back to the 65 level. Since we didn't get the rejection at 63, we just did. Still have to fill that downside gap? That'd be cool. Improbable, but cool. Probably overnight. Ugh. Fucking Christ. Interesting. Well, we did get some profit taking on the 65s there, on the 63 test. Hmm. MQ is still a few dollars off of 2,600 or 26,000. Oh shit. Failed 60. Nice. Some support here. Not a lot. Little. Ball's pretty flat. Might get a little bounce around here. Push back out to retest 60. Back above 58, things start to flip bullish again. Nice. Bulls are gonna sell sell the 50-55 puts here. Huh. What's up, Johnny? Are they gonna get the bounce? Seems like they should. Down to 50. Hmm. $49 or $45 would make a lot more sense. Although there's a lot of sold puts there. Maurice, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the
jar where we send it, oh we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Put premiums are creeping up. Call premiums are still falling off a bit. He turned his mic down instead of the music. Probably. That's usually what I do. Huh. Can we break 50? Maybe. We're getting sold puts pulling back at 55 and 50. We're getting some bought puts in the money at 60. Bulls are contesting it with bought 60 calls, but they sold off most of their 65 calls. There's also a big pile of sold calls at 45, which is weird. Hasn't been there a while, but Trump's banning large investors buying homes. Socialism? What? What happened? Is the home the property of the state? They're descending into anarchy in Minneapolis as we speak. Why? It was never about the R word. I was using that before. We're in this situation because of propaganda and people being stupid. Oh god, if I have to house soldiers... 2022 is a bear market. That'd be cool. You calling it propaganda is propaganda. Yeah, what a great defense. I know you are, but what am I? What an eloquent government we have. Well, first we have to implement MPTA, and then you'll very much like the subsidy you get for housing U.S. troops in your home. That's part of the Maha thing. It's make pores thin again. Trump believes that his obesity should match his wealth, and that he should be revered for his size and stature. Just like the kings of old, yes, riddled with gout atop their mighty thrones. Tiny hands. Trump's definitely got too many kidney problems to be taking GLPs. I'd like to see a continuation here. Although, it's feeling awfully stable. They've got the uptick on vol flattened out, so unless we get some more put buyers coming in, we might. There's still a gap down here at 45 that we just left. Abandoned. Back at the Delta flip. Those things aren't lining up for any discernible reason, though. It would be nice if put sellers selling puts at negative premiums got, just squeezed a little. NQ has a lot of room to pull back. Like, back to 25.9. No, they're selling puts with no volatility return premium. The spread between the realized vol and implied vol is negative on the 0 day. Not the ones they sold early this morning down at 69.20. Those are fine. But the ones they're selling at 69.60 and 65 and 55, those aren't so great. Woo! That's what I'm fucking talking about. We've got to try to bounce this at some point, right? VIX back over 15. I think call buying's picking up here. But so are bot puts at the money. Call buying picking up at the 55.60. Some bot calls at 45. There's sold puts at 55 and 60 and 65 to the upside still. that didn't get, they've not gotten squeezed out. Some of them have, but very few. Pretty sure violent anti-ICE protests are bearish. Wait, what's happening? An ICE agent killed an unarmed woman in Minneapolis. That was bound to happen eventually.
I've reached out to the police department a few times to see if we could get sort of a timeline on when some sort of a press briefing might happen, so we can get some information about what happened earlier this morning. But we have not heard from them at this time. So we're going to stay here at the scene. Kind of keep a little bit of the street here to try to create a perimeter. So it appears that they're providing more resources into the investigation itself that is happening down the street. That's why they moved us here. But we're also seeing, a few more officers from Minneapolis police coming here with helmets to try to provide more security to this scene here where they're gathering, where a lot of people are gathering.
Thank you, Gordy. Appreciate it. And from what we understand, Gordy, the press conference is not there, correct? It's down at City Hall. Is that right?
Yes. Yep,
Okay.
It's happening in downtown, and that's what police were informing us and city leaders. We actually saw all the city council members that were here have cleared out, so I assume most of them are going to be at that press conference in just a few minutes, is kind of what they've been telling us.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. As soon as
Slipped
we
to
get set
50.
up and ready to go live down there at City Hall, we're going to take that press conference in its entirety on air here, as well as on our Plus channel, as we've been doing so for about the last hour. Gordon Severson, thank you so much. It appears that the crowd has remained about the same size, and that's a good thing. When we first came on the air, there was some certain panic in that intersection. There were people throwing ice balls and snowballs at law enforcement there, and there was a mix of federal law enforcement and local police and deputies from the county in that area trying to preserve that scene and calm the crowd down. So we saw some of that CS gas that was deployed, and thankfully nothing has escalated there, which we're happy to report and happy to watch. We don't know exactly what to attribute that to. Maybe it was the local leaders being out there. Maybe it was the federal agents leaving. We don't know. But the crowds have remained about the same. As the city officials have said, do not go to that intersection. You're not going to do anything good there right now. In fact, Julie Nelson joining us now on the anchor desk here. What we heard earlier from Mayor Jacob Fry was that he wanted ICE to leave the city entirely. In fact, he ordered them to leave the city, which I don't know if he has the authority to do. But there's been a lot of strong words after another devastating morning to report here in the Twin Cities. This is South Minneapolis. This is 30.
So ICE just murdering people now. Ooh, is this the catalyst? Be some support around here. Otherwise, bulls just get squeezed. Getting real close to filling that gap there. We bounced so hard off the last gap fill. Or attempt at the gap fill, I guess. NQ's got a lot of room to move down. I think there's still like a 15-point spread on IORB and SOFR. Which should be gone by now. The vehicle backed up while one on the driver's side tried to open the door, and the ICE agent on the driver's side fired. Is that actually what happened? Hey, popcorn. Ooh. Bull's gonna try to do a little bouncy here. It's not looking good. At least not yet. Let me get back above like 52. That's delta. Ooh, yeah, that's gross. Huh. Going for it. Volume picking up on ES on the bounce. Oh. Hmm. Jesus Christ. Uh. Hmm. Getting a lot of put spot around spot right now. Some bot calls coming in up at 60, but sold puts down at 35. Everything else is getting bought back. So this downside pressure is squeezing out some of the short put positioning that was sold in an impromptu time. Is that an illegal alien? I have no fucking clue. I mean, it was the shooting. Those hours or after Minneapolis protesters streamed how they followed an off-duty agent around that had SS bolts tattooed on his neck. Classy. What do I think of Hertz? I don't really have an opinion on it, I don't think. Is it doing stuff? Maybe the market really is reacting to this, but it never reacts to things like this before. Was positioning just that fragile? I mean, positioning's fragile, but I don't think the market's reacting to this. She definitely moved enough with an officer in front of her car to get shot. I mean, trigger-happy police will absolutely shoot you for moving your car if one of them's standing in front of your vehicle, even if you try to turn away from them. This is definitely not the first incidence I've seen of someone getting shot in exactly that manner. Moving your vehicle after a cop stops you is basically assault with a deadly weapon in every instance. But is shooting her ridiculous in that scenario? Probably. Especially shooting to kill, because that doesn't stop the vehicle. As a matter of fact, that's more likely to get you killed. Maybe it was never about the vehicle. Yeah. Probably not. Oh, bulls are trying so hard here. Get a little bit. If they get a little bit of a foothold, they can push back up again. Ooh. Oh, that's not a good look. Failed bull trap? Or successful bull trap? I don't know. Remember when I said the gap was right at the delta flip? Maybe the ICE agent was upset when he found out his 50K bonus was going to be taxed. No. No one became an ICE agent for the $50,000 bonus. At least outside of the pickle jar. It's also like they expect everyone to remain super cool, calm, and collected while they surround your car with law enforcement and yell at you and point guns at you. Everyone's reaction to having a gun pointed at them is to freeze. I mean, we know why Bob hasn't shown back up. You think Bob's out hunting people as an ICE agent? It's probably his dream. Just trying to find Antifa. I guess the big question now is if she was actually an American or an illegal. I mean, for ICE agents, that doesn't matter, right? It's just brown or not. Why? I don't want to look at stocks for you. Look at your own stocks. No, we left a gap behind us at 50. Trying to trade futures. I don't want to go look at fucking Hertz. Does Bill Ackman still own it? It doesn't even look good. Looks choppy and like accumulating. So if you were like Mexican, you'd be like, ah, fuck, they got me. But as an American citizen, it's scarier. I would just assume I was being assassinated. But that's because I have a huge ego. I'd be like, I see you've sent the Stasi after me. ICE can't stop me because I'm translucent. Wait till you're driving fucking Colonel 1 and Colonel 2 around in the car and they accuse you of being a coyote transporting illegals across the border. You need to move the fuck out of Texas. Why are you buying a house there? It's Stasi. It's not ZZ. If you saw how pale Colonel was, you'd understand. Bulls are really trying to secure this foothold before the gap fill to the downside. I think they've almost got it. We need to get a little bit higher. We got to get back over 52. I think you can probably squeeze off some of this delta out to back out to like 65-ish. This is the resistance that matters. Yeah, because Vana and Speed are going to pick up on the move up. If they're able to move it up. I should be clear about that part. It's a big if. Oh God, are we gonna close at 50? That's like my worst nightmare for today. Shh, I'm highly autistic. Illiterate is not the same as autistic. Our potential nanny for Colonel 2 did get deported. I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. Was that the one that you were said your wife wouldn't let you hire because she was attractive? And if so, are you sure your wife didn't turn her in? That's what happened. Yes, and to be honest, I'm not sure she is Venezuelan. Oh fuck. Well, she's free now. We brought freedom in the form of stealing her oil. So that's the most free you can be when America decides they want your oil. I wonder if Norway knows this. Mrs. Popcorn may be savage. I'm aware of how things work in your household. There's 52. Bulls are trying for it. I wonder when they'll start buying calls. Right around here, I would imagine. Keep an eye on those call premiums. God, I'm gonna have to get a 6-year-old woman again with a scary face. You definitely can't hire someone as or more attractive than your wife. It's like, didn't anybody tell you this stuff? All nannies and babysitters either have to be so young you don't want to be in the same house as them, or much older than your significant other. She's the one interviewing them. Can't believe you opened your mouth and got that poor woman deported. Or Hulk Hogan. Yeah, that works too. But then the script gets flipped. Well, you're talking like Hulk Hogan in his prime, or like old racist Hulk Hogan now. He's dead? Oh, I didn't know that. This is a Head and Shoulders. That's correct. But if we break up, super bullish. So that's something to consider. Yeah, he is. I just looked it up too. Oh, is there another press conference? Are we talking about the Democrat press conference? Oh.
For everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Getting a lot of
please
sold
do
puts.
so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Chief, thank you, Sheriff, thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, sorry, we're hearing the ICE officer stopped a physician from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos.
Remember when fascists were all about states' rights? Yeah, I do.
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information.
Is this guy the
I
mayor?
myself saw a video
or an
of
actor
the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative.
Why not both?
That is not
it's true.
true.
Actually, that's kind of how
It
that
has
works.
no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
Oop, right shoulder breaking up.
She wasn't driving a car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911, they say an agent's phone, an agent's pointing a gun at them? How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation or consider that?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. And I'll turn it over to the chief, yeah.
What does the city do if someone calls 911 and a federal agent's
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them, chief?
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander?
Yes, gonna push up and
So the question was, what can I
retest
share about
7,000.
the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed, but it also is something that is possible. At times it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need in this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car?
Still some
The
bot
question was
posts
if
out
she
to
was
the
alone in the
upside.
car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene.
60,
however, I've since
65
been
calls
told
getting
by our
bought.
officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that
Stopped out
is
on my
moving
calls
forward,
here? Or is this shit
and
gonna
they need to
break
leave
up?
Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If this shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. If that's it. Thank
So,
you, everybody.
final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after everyone leaves. Okay, so all media questions, first of all, I'm Scott Wasserman, I'm the Communications Director at the city. All media questions should go to communications@Minneapolis, MN, like Minnesota, communications@Minneapolis.
Huh. Huh. Yeah, but like a little one. Also, I'm pretty sure that was bullish. Gotta retest the trend that failed, and we'll see what happens. And that's up at like, well, almost. What price is that at? $56 or something. Yeah, like retesting the trend would be at 56. If this does fail here, though, that's a little bearish, or a little bit more bearish, I guess. Needs to fall back under 52 to fail. Didn't pick up any delta on the bounce. Barely any gamma. ES could pull back to VWAP here, which is like a few more bucks to the downside. ES left a little gap though. Interesting. Hold. Stepping in, trying to just save the distribution there. Hmm. We probably need to get down under like 48, like down here. We did a little bit before. Gap's down at 45 though. But under delta flip at this point would be very bad. Lower high off the bounce, not a great look. Honestly, NASDAQ looks like it should fail back to like fucking 876. Looks like it's got a lot more room to the downside than ES does. I don't know. Bulls are gonna try to stop their short puts from getting squeezed out. You'd think. Yeah, put premiums are still getting kind of stepped on, but call premiums are falling too. And there's an awful lot of sold calls to the upside of spot, which means that some of that pressure on deltas to the downside. Like 50 is the only thing propping us up here. Delta and gamma both fall off pretty quick to the downside. Three attempts at saving this. Give me a second. Woo! That's the shit. Well, I think we closed the gap. So, I mean, I think we can still get pinned to 50. But bulls are going to need to sell the spike and vol, and the drop on NQ's got substantially more range to the downside. If NQ starts driving down, it won't matter. The support on S&P won't matter. So I guess that's the question here. Like VWAP on NQ is back at like 65.80, 877, so like 30 more points below spot. ES is already below VWAP. But bulls might just slam the sold puts here. Vol's up, so. And vol's also like at a lower high than it was earlier in the day. So I could see like the 40, 35 puts getting sold really heavily. Maybe the 45 and more of the 45s and 50s. Like some of this is shaking out short puts, but maybe not enough of it. Also, a shitload of the like the 40 and 35 puts got bought back on this downside move. So collapsing some of the bullish support, and then you got a shitload of out of the money sold calls. So Charm's definitely pressuring down on spot here a bit. See if bulls can get it back to where Charm is positive. Or at least slightly positive. We left an upside gap at 52. And if they do get it out back above 52, they can squeeze it out to like 60, 65. NQ getting pretty close to retesting 25.9. Almost tested it on the last candle. This one's a little higher. Ooh. Slip. NQ slipping just below 25.9. Still not at VWAP yet. Getting close though. Got like another 13 points. Or 23 points. See if it bounces off of the 25.9 level. Fuck. Oh, weird. Yeah, bulls have to get above 52. Not in a great position. We have a couple hours till close, though. Jesus, it's still really early in the day. I thought it was later. Hmm. Bull's gonna get their reversal. Give me 1 sec. Hmm. Still don't really have put premiums under control. There's a shitload of bot puts at 40. But if those start closing, we'll bounce. Or get a more complete bounce, I guess. Better way to put it. Mm. Mm. Hmm. These put premiums are getting crushed out enough that we're probably going to get profit taking on the bot puts soon. Nice. And Q still struggling with 25.9 or getting back above 25.9. Yes, pushing back up for its trend. Just tested it. Definitely going to get some put capitulation here. Let's see if it drives a breakout. At least back to retest the failed trend. Here. This. Like, see that line? I mean, you can kind of just follow the delta flip, but the gap's up at 52. Which should be technically a little bit higher, but I bought the dip. What's wrong with buying the dip? Gap's still back up at 52. Hmm. Upside's kind of like petering out here a little. Probably pull back and try to find a higher support. Check out some of those bot 40 puts though. It's a little less downside pressure now. How difficult would it be to test 6920 sold puts? Pretty difficult. We'd need another squeeze to the downside. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. A little bit of a pullback. So support here around 45 would be somewhat bullish. If we pull all the way back to like 42, not so much. That's the shoulder. Oh, shit. Sorry. See if we get over 50 this time. Over 52, this thing's gonna take off, so that upside gap fill is pretty important. Oh my fucking god, this is so boring. Just some more fucking puts. Jesus Christ. So slippery. Oh, there we go. Calls bought at 40. Calls bought to the upside. 55. Not a lot of bot calls at 50 though. These are still getting sold pretty heavily. Do you ever trade stocks? Yeah, I do. I probably, I mean, like, I trade options on stocks. Probably for far more often than I trade, like, underlying stock. I own stocks. I sell calls on them. It's kind of like trading them. Do you think this closes here or at 45? I think bulls want to fill the gap at 52. Just really struggling with it. There's some put selling. It's kind of decent. Every day, Grim, too. Every day. Mm. Shit. VIX is slightly back above 15 again. $40 puts are exploding. Premium's not going up. How is Gamma Strike expensive? It's like fucking like 80% cheaper than like half of the other live data services. Most of them are like $250 to like $500 a month. And they don't even have like live data. Are they live? I don't believe it. Live-ish. Yeah, that's a bit different. Give me one. Spot Gamma's not live. Spot Gamma has made up contracts. Boom Hunter Pro is a fucking indicator on TradingView. I don't see any prices for this anywhere. What the fuck is the price? No, I mean, the one he brought up doesn't. I know that. They just display like raw data and like flip points, but like Gex flip. I'm also like 80% sure that it's selling ES data with no license, but I don't see any prices for anything. You have to like fucking sign up to get the price. Blackbox is just a flow service. It's like dark pool flow bullshit. These aren't even like standalone services. I mean, you sign up for them. Get your pricing off of TDA because they're ripping data from TDA instead of fucking paying for Opera. Go nuts. So you'll have misprice options all day, incorrect volatility, and a service that isn't technically live. Also, it can just go out of business at any time when Opera finds out that they're illegally putting data out from a broker. Our naive assumption is shared. It's just the standard naive assumption. It's the only comparable services would be like Spot Gamma, and they're not live. They fucking update Hero every like 5 minutes. They're the only one that actually has like an Opera infrastructure though, and they don't know how to label their contracts, so they fucking like there's like 50 like empty contracts of made up prices on SPX at any given time. TDA? Or not TDA, fucking Thinkorswim. Alright. None of these even display, like, all the ones you've mentioned don't even, like, only one of them displays a product, and he doesn't have a fucking price anywhere. Convex Value used to be like $300 a month. So I'm sure he probably dropped his prices because nobody was signing up for it, but it's just, all it does is sort fucking TDA data into buckets. CME data for crypto is different than equities. They like give that shit away because they want people to fucking use crypto data. I mean, they can do that, sure, but they'll also get popped. So the life cycle of the product's really short. They'll get popped quick too. If you're pulling, I mean, the amount of data you have to pull down in order to serve, you know, thousands of customers is it's a lot. You're talking millions and millions of transactions a day, and keeping track of the bid, ask, mid, keeping track of the pricing. That's and price. No fucking way. And we still have like as fast or faster price updates than like TradingView. No one's doing options models in like millisecond time frame updates besides us. And we charge nothing for it. Nuke made it possible. Our price quotes start at $1,200 a month for real-time data on basic indexes. Yeah, and that's not even the options data. I'll send TraderLink. It used to be, I mean, it used to be cool. They were what we considered our like prime competitor at the time we started building Gamma Strike. But their development team like disappeared, and then the owners sold it to some fucking Chinese AI company. They mismanaged their cloud service infrastructure. And they had a lot of, I still think, like useless tools. I mean, almost all of like all of their products are represented on this page. And that's just our other live data page. I mean, our goal is to build financial models that make it easier to interpret options data, not to just display options data. Anybody can regurgitate shit, which is what all of these services do. But they're not giving you the tools that MMs are using, and we are. I'm not going to sell Gamma Strike to a Chinese AI company. Unless they offer me $1 billion, in which case, fuck you guys. Nuke doesn't mismanage anything but his sense of self-preservation. Nuke takes all those stimulants so he can he can calm down. What if they offer $1 billion, but the rest of the GS shareholders don't want to sell? Yeah, are you kidding? No, I don't have a pitch. It's just better data. These are real-time calculations. We do our own calculations in-house for volatility. So options pricing is correct. It is not skewed by the broker's bid ask or inventorying. We have models that we built, and they are defined in the documentation. There are both proprietary models and just ones that are available for anybody to peruse. They're not special, but I mean, that's what we do. Did you look at the documentation? You can just check it out. I mean, if you're interested. I don't need to fucking sell you on it. I've used every fucking service under the sun. I already know what we built is better. So far. And we're adding stuff. Getting new stuff soon. Ooh, let me actually ask about that. When new stuff? 'Gamma to table service? Two weeks is the amount of time it takes for people to forget the news cycle, right? I left stream 2 hours ago. We're the exact same price. Well, we went up for a little bit. And now we're back down again. Bulls lost the strength to pump it back up, you think? I mean, I don't know what... There's not much upside positioning. There's still bot puts coming in the money. And a fuck ton of sold calls. Charm's a little bit negative here still. We're just a little bit past 3 o'clock, so that's going to be putting some downward pressure on spot. I guess if this fails, we can move down towards like 25 if vol starts to pick up here more. We have a little bit of downside skew, but not a lot. It's kind of flat across spot, so choppy. GFDF are contracting though, so support's getting weaker over time. So things just decaying a little bit in the Bears' favor, but there's support there's still support at 40. A little bit. Support down at 30, 25. Like a lot more sold puts down at down at 25 and 20, there's a ton. 30, 35, not too bad though. Like we could fall into 35, 30, but we'd probably bounce back out of it. There's a few bot calls at 35 in the money. Yeah, I stream pretty much every day. Sold calls get squoze? We have to push up a lot for that. We'd have to push back up into 50. There's still sold puts up there, though. Andrew Dodd, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I do that sometimes. After fall of 65 today, I think we're on our path back to the 20 EMA as described in the end of day yesterday. Yeah, we got a pretty quick path back to like 6,900 from here. Especially if we hold the failure into close. I still think, bulls will try to support these levels until Friday, just because of the data. We have NFP on Friday. How many kids do you think are named Donald in Venezuela over the next 5 years? 14. Poof. There it goes. Is that a new low? Yeah, new low for the day. Remember, a little bit of support here around 30, 35. I'm just going to want it back around like 40, 45. Ooh, I should sell some butterflies. But what price? Curious. Thanks for everything. I shipped out Boom Hunter Pro and I'd the rest of my GS subscription prorated. Respectfully, Johnny Utah. Thanks, Johnny Utah. You guys can make Boom Hunter Pro on your own. You could probably vibe code it. It's just MACD with like a 20 EMA. Like it's like a faster. Well, I guess it depends on how you set it, but it's just a faster EMA. Left a gap back up at 37, so there's a gap to the upside at 37 and 52 now. Nice pop in volatility on that move. This'll attract some put sellers. So you can keep an eye on like PC ratio here and see if put premium falls. I'll give you an idea if it's gonna bounce. There's still more room to move down on ES, back to like 69.36. We failed the local trend. $69.36 would be a test of the longer term trend, or a retest of it. We slipped a little bit below it last time, but that down there at like 6,900s where last week closed. So I would say we probably, if we're gonna find support, we probably find it around like 69.36, 69.17 for another leg up. But slipping that trend again is not great. Vana flips negative under 25. Interesting. Yeah, it seems really hard to get under 25 today. Probably unlikely. $45 to 50 still looks like a good closing price. Does that drop to 40 sold puts closing? Some of the 35s and 40s. There's still a shitload of sold puts at 30 though. 30, 25, and 20 are still like the big sold put walls. Slipping down to, I said slip to 30, 35, and then we'd find support, which we are. A little. It could slip again, but I mean, this is, bulls are going to try to get some traction on this bounce probably. Vol spiked enough that puts are worth selling here. Fell a little short of filling the upside gap. NQ pulled back to VWAP. Got a little bit of support around 28.58. I'm not gonna lie, NQ looks like it still has room to the downside. $25,811 and like 25,772. Short Carvana at 500. Ooh, Carvana's back up again. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe like 470, 480, I would short it. Yeah. 470 to 480, somewhere in there. The short term price action on it's super bullish though. So it might be worth playing more upside out to 70 and then thinking about shorting it. The 30 days a bit in disagreement. So 30-day puts are still pricing up, but it's like 52 right now. Yeah, there's some big resistance at 60 and 70. But I would say probably I would short it at 70, not here. 70 or 80. Well, the bounce failed for the bulls, so that's not great. Bulls need to get it back out above 37. I can push for 50. Some support here. Let's see if the downside's getting loaded up anymore. There's some put buying down at 25, so some of the bigger put walls getting bought to close. There's bot puts at 35.40 to the upside over the last hour. Getting a decent number of the 30 puts being bought. Bulls are selling the 30, 35, or the 35, 40, and 45 puts, though. They just picked up some 35 calls. Pretty spicy dump. I'm definitely gonna have like IV10 and backwardation after today. I do not want this to close below 30. $69.50. Well, they sold some puts and then those got squeezed. $25? Market's sad. No more buybacks for defense companies. social republicanism. Let's go. Social conservatism? Oh, 6910. If the 2025 put walls get squeezed, we could just dump to 6900. This isn't looking great for them. What's the bull case for Intel? China takes over Taiwan? That's a legitimate bull case, by the way. Trump? I know. The sell-off was all him. Kind of bottoming out on Gamma here, though. Gamma doesn't fall off anymore to the downside. It starts going back up again. So if we start selling off more than this, we'll start like Vana squeezing to the downside. I don't know if we get back to 50, but we could get back to like 35, 45 in that range. Gotta have a reason to turn this around, though. A bunch of bearish news. Won't they auto-destruct their fab infrastructure? I think if China does take over Taiwan, if Taiwan doesn't auto-destruct it, we'll blow it up. I mean, bulls still have to crawl out of this, though. We got, you know, negative 24 billion gamma at spot on the 0 day. It's not like an easy hole to climb out of. And they got to do that, and nobody can buy more puts to the downside. Because if people start adding gamma to the downside, we'll just slip through the short puts, which are already getting fucked. No, he's cutting off share buybacks and dividends for defense companies. Yeah, you think ASML is going to be real happy with Trump if he tries to take over Greenland with their actual fucking monopoly on lithography? You do know ASML is a Dutch company? I don't think they're probably gonna go in line with however the European Union feels about Trump's new imperialist policies. Yeah, because he made it okay for countries to abduct foreign leaders with no due process. Or, well, at least he's trying to make it okay. It's really, really hard for us to dump more from here. Like, somebody's got to sell a lot. Not that they don't have a good reason to. Is Dow just shitting the bed right now? Oof, yeah. I'm just waiting for Trump to announce he's being added to Mount Rushmore. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for him to announce that somebody else wants to add him to Mount Rushmore. Hypothetically, if I were to abduct the leader of a country, would I then get to have that country? That's how this works. I think now the question is, what other countries are going to do that? Peru has had it too good for too long. Jamaica is a independent country. I think they have like a prime minister or something. Oh, that stopped me out of all my pets. Fun. Should I sell some puts here? I bought a few calls. I probably wouldn't sell any puts if I were you. Too late. Everyone else is selling puts. MQ's getting a little bit of a bounce, and they're shorting the fuck out of all here. Still not too much call buying though. Happy New Year, McConaughey. 15 minutes, huh? Bob puts 30, 35, still in the money. Bulls are selling the 10, 15, and 20. Sold puts 25, 30, 35 to the upside. Like a shitload of them. Still have a gap at 37 and 52. I'd like to say 30 or 35, but I'm not entirely sure. We could just get pinned here. Especially if like the short puts get out of the money again and they close them. So if they risk off, this'll continue to get pinned at the lower price. Could technically slip to 15. We'll see. It depends on this reversal. If they get the puts in the money or out of the money and try to keep them out of the money, then we could close higher. But it's a dangerous game. I'm not really sure where we'd confirm an upside breakout here. I guess above 30. Even above 30. I guess above 30 would be more stable. Probably doesn't help out that every fucking defense stock is selling off like crazy right now. Am I gonna get some sweet discounts on like LMT? Nice. LMT's down like 4% today. Does he actually have any power to restrict their buybacks and divvies? Doesn't matter. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, he can cut off their funding. This is still heavily weighted to the downside. Bulls are going to need to sell a lot more puts. There's 25. IV skewing to the upside. People are buying the 25 and 30 call, looks like. Definitely the 25. 25, 30, 35. And they're selling the fuck out of the 20 put. And the 25 put now. Five minutes. Three minutes. 30 seconds. Ding ding. All right. Well, let's see where that puts us for the day. So not the entirety of the downside implied move, but closing at pretty much the lowest level we could close the day, just above the sold put wall from earlier this morning, 69.20. That was kind of the minimum level for gamma, or the peak of lowest gamma. And we got kind of hung up there. Lots of put selling at 10.15. Obviously, very bad news for defense companies. You see Dow down 99 points, NQ closing flat, and ES pulling back 38 points. It's not as exposed to the defense sector as Dow is, but a big hit to the indexes with Trump threatening to cut off share buybacks and dividends for defense companies. This puts us on an ES close below 69.63, which is the next downside target. This is a confirmed rejection off of the new all-time high on ES, which we got this morning at 67.06. Next step down is a trend test of the long-term trend. Failure of that would confirm on any move below 69.36. This probably doesn't have a lot more room to move down before it gets a little bounce. So I would say if we do test the downside trend, which would be like SPX 6900, we probably get a little bit of a bounce and then we might fail after that. Tomorrow, obviously bulls are going to be trying to pin the current range and keep things somewhat stable into Friday's data, which is very important. Dollar up a little bit into the end of the day, yields at the top end of the curve down. So we're seeing a little bit of, still seeing a little bit of equity to bond conversion there. Pretty much all the yields bid down except for the two. Commodities had a horrible day today, especially precious metals. Gold falling 71 points, but silver down 362. Copper down 360, oil down 150. So big hits to energy and big hit to silver after it ran off to the upside a little bit yesterday. Correlation turning around a little bit and starting to bottom out. We see 3-month correlation also turning around a little. 3-month correlation bottomed out like last week. Hasn't really dipped any lower than that. People are still buying longer dated puts. We see that with VIX 3-month up, VX up, cash VIX up today with the little breakdown in correlation, but longer dated volatilities remained more expensive throughout the period. Move still climbing, and we are getting more bond volatility, which I kind of expected into the end of this week. This NFP report will be the first like full NFP report, and it'll contain revisions to the prior NFP reports as well. So this is going to be a really important look at what the Fed path for this year is going to be look like, and the NFP report is probably going to be the deciding point for that. Carry leverage hitting a new all-time high earlier yesterday, and then pulling back a little bit today at 9.8x. The front end fell a little bit more sharply, but we see the forward yield on volatility starting to turn up even more, ending today at negative 7.86, up from a low on December 24th of negative 20. So demand for long vol continuing to rise. Some of the haircut on silver turning negative and pushing the carry P&L back up to positive and easing some of the cost to carry. I still don't know how much silver affects this trade, but it does have some correlation. I guess we'll see if it's right, if this starts to turn around and I go long silver and it rallies again. But we'll find out. Skew popped a little bit today. And breadth probably fell away pretty substantially. I would say 20-day movers likely declining. Stocks over their 250-day moving averages probably not doing too well. But I mean, periods where you see 50-day stocks over their 50-day moving average exceed the number of stocks over their 200-day moving average is fairly rare, and those tend to not last very long. They tend to be like kind of blow off tops, and then things retreat a bit. So breadth did tighten up, but obviously today's move in Dow is gonna shift that pretty substantially. The 10-2 back down to 67.5. Correlation between cash VIX and VX rising still, up another 3% today. And we're starting to see volatility pick up with the rising correlation. So, and then SOFR still holding a point above, finally starting to close that gap. I think earlier we were at like 3.7, now we're at 3.66. But SOFR futures still holding a fairly wide spread and widening a bit today. So it's possible that there was some near-term demand for cash into end of day that's not being realized in the day-over-day SOFR print. Leverage continues to fall. Starting to get back towards local lows in leverage around like 49. If that continues to slip, we'll probably get some more downside in the index. Sell volume today, continuing to dwindle a little bit, down from yesterday, but still mostly sell volume across both days on our upside move. And we did test the trend almost perfectly and rejected off of it, closing lower around the 69.20 support. Slip here, and we move back to the trend, 68.82 for SPX, and that opens up that move towards the EMA 20 the 20 MA that we discussed earlier in the week. The EMA 30, it's kind of just like right below that. But I would say 82 is a fairly important level, and then like 68.24, like Jan's low, which is really all we have now. Beyond that, like 67.20 from the December low would be the next downside target if we continued to fall after after this upside wedge fails. So I guess let's see if we fail the wedge first. So that's 66, 82, 85 tomorrow. Test 88, 85, somewhere in there. Will be pretty important, especially if this continues to sell off in the overnight session. Losers today, shockingly not NVIDIA, who had H200 chip sales effectively cut off to China by the Chinese government, nor Google nor Microsoft. So tech's still doing pretty well, but finance getting a huge hit after several days of upside, retail trade getting slammed. Health technology did pretty well, but producer manufacturing got rocked. CAT down almost 4.26%. Deere down 2.2. General Electric down 3.5. It's rough. And then pretty much all the other sectors, which have more Dow exposure, just getting fucked. Utilities down pretty hard. Process industries, health services. So, yeah, kind of a rough day. And electronic technology, obviously not doing very well outside of NVIDIA. NVIDIA kind of just keeping that barely afloat. And if we go look at the NASDAQ 100, it's, just like 5-6 companies really outperforming, and everything else pretty much selling off. I don't know if we're going to see much of a sector rotation with this downside move, though, because obviously people don't want to buy into Dow after what Trump just announced. So we'll see if he pulls back any of that rhetoric, but right now, yeah, that's what we got. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Not a lot of data tomorrow, I don't think. We have, what do we have? We have some Japanese data tonight, but I think, well, we get balance of trade tomorrow, but it's like from October. And I think we get Q3 productivity, which could be kind of interesting. But that's about it. I'm not really too interested in the rest of it. I guess Challenger cuts are supposed to go up, or at least that's the expectation. Friday's a lot more interesting. NFP, building permits, housing starts, UMISH. So unemployment. Friday's definitely going to be a bigger day. So I would say once the data's out of the way tomorrow, largely before market open, I think all of it comes in around 8:30 a.m. We might see a little bit more confidence from bulls and trying to stabilize things above 6,900. Anyway, thank you guys. I'll catch you later. Peace.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.